Hello and welcome everyone. Oh, it's been a day. Like a surprisingly energetic yet consuming and fun day. Like, I didn't think any of the things that happened today would have happened today. At least not the way they did. I had a Necromunda game reserved at the midday, but I didn't have anything to eat for breakfast. So I decided to go early and get something on the way. Unfortunately, the store didn't have the things that are in my price range nor that I would want. Nor I could get the main desired option from a fast food place because they couldn't serve anything at that hour. Machine's broken again, I assume. So I was very early on the game store. I ended up uh, being like a free employee there because there were a couple new like trainees from some school there working today, and I ended up like, oi, you know the thing you're looking for, it's there. Oi, you know the thing you're looking for, it's there. Just due to my experience, it was fun. There were a lot of rules discussion about Necromunda, and then I noticed, oh yeah, it's half an hour to the time where my opponent is supposed to get here, and I received a message that they're gonna be late, and it could go even over to like what 4 hours late, and I was like, yeah, I'm actually already at the place, and I do have time, but I wouldn't want to go like back and forth because that's gonna be like the end point. Because technically, I did have a lot of time today, but me going back and forth would have caused there to be way too much time to have passed where nothing actually happens that I couldn't justify it. So like, if I couldn't get the game on that go, it's really like, sorry, the game cannot happen today. But things happened. Not not so long after that, actually my opponent arrived at the scene. I said, "Oh yeah, see these kids?" He was actually pushing a big trolley that had two kids like next to each other. Like, yo, so I was supposed to get off babysitting these two, but well, they're here still. How about we go eat something, and after that we should have the game? I'm like, well, that's great. That was a homemade meal. Not actually homemade. It's in a restaurant close by, but that was great. It was surprisingly good. Like, used to eating that type of food only in school, like the exact dish, and over there it's quite bad to mediocre. This one was actually good. And we had the game. I ended up dominating, yeah. My gang seems to be quite fierce. It's like pretty much automatic. If I get to close combat, I win. If I don't get to close combat, I lose. I end up getting to close combat, so I won. I received tons and tons of money from it. So now my gang actually has a warp beast. Actually, you know what? I should put on the game. I've been blabbing on for. No, that's the entire time, so I haven't been backing on for 5 minutes, but closer to it. But yeah. So, I end up winning. I got back here. Noticed that, oh yeah. The fact that it was 25 degrees warm. Let me see what it's actually now. It's still 11, even though it's dark. Like, actually dark. So, the fact that it was 25 degrees warm, even though, now that I look outside my window, there is this snow pile, which is The diameters of it are 3 meters to 7.5 meters, and then about a meter in, like a meter tall. Well, not all the way meter, so about half meter, 2 meter. It's a pile, so it's not even. But anyway, yeah, that kind of snow pile being there. Yet today was 25 degrees. Yesterday was like 10 degrees. Insane. But yeah, surprises continue. I actually received a package as well. And I was like shocked because I knew that this gift was sent to me. But the fact that it arrived today, that means it's the fastest package ever. Like the fastest one I ever received. Even though it came from US. Which is insane. I never got even a letter at this speed inside the country. Because usually the inside the country part is the one that doesn't work. So, surprising day. And my legs are hurting due to actually walking more than double the amount which I thought to walk today. And phone, stop it. And what did you expect? We have been shown a sword. We have been shown that sword a bit before. Now there's a body under it. And I know there are many watching that I immediately like, no, that cannot be true. That's only some sort of illusion or something. Just watch. You're gonna first be very no, that's impossible. No, that cannot be. But just stick to it. It will make a lot more sense later on. But before we actually get that revelation, let me make an estimation. I expect 2 to 3 weeks. But we aren't gonna see it today. We might be able to see it next week, but most likely it's gonna be the week after that. And these are like very optimistic guesses. We'll see. Because I still need to sort out the red, green, multicolor colorways and lands. And promos as well. From the, well, latest Magic set until tomorrow. Because there's a new pre-release. So I can actually take them home tomorrow. So I'm officially ready for the new set. In that manner. And of course I need to pack other things as well. And actually check up and mark and store away the goods I received in the package. Because if I didn't have a Blood Bowl game next Thursday, let's just say that the contents of this package would have made that day much more interesting. But at least I have something new for the Monday. Not new, but official. Something I have had to proxy. No more. But yeah. Yeah, this... the name of this magazine. Oh, Cult! It's like... Yeah, you don't want anything you're in to like actually be shown in a magazine, ain't that? Because Cult, like that sounds like a magazine. I would be super happy if they would actually sell here, and most likely I would try to collect every issue because cults are always a very fascinating thing, having to be dealing with so many throughout the years. You get certain expertise and you can already see the story before it happens, and Remember on Tuesday stream, whoever watched the stream on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, I mentioned that there was a mosquito, a single mosquito. It disappeared after the stream. Now it's back. It really wants to showcase itself only when I'm streaming. God damn it, this is like that one bee a couple of years ago. It only showed itself when I was playing an online game. Like, when I turned the game off, or like I'm in a loading screen or something, it was nowhere to be seen. And no, not a bee, a wasp. Yes, because it's actually annoying. A bee I could have actually just gently put into a box and tossed outside, but a wasp, no. These bastards. And yeah, the world would be way better without wasps. Wasps don't actually pollinate. They are just pests. Like, the world as we know it would die without bees. And it, like, if bees would like even double the amount that like they are disappearing now, which is a good possibility that they are, like, the disappearance of bees will double in the rate. There are so many plants and products we won't see again. They will die before they can adapt. And even if we would do everything to help, we can't do enough. They will die out. Maybe some artificial samples will be preserved and kept up here and there, but as a natural species, they're dead. Completely dead. And thus life as we know would also go, because there's just so many of them. So yeah, bees are important. Wasps, no. Kill every wasp you see, don't harm bees. And like, bees are cute. They're fluffy. Wait, what was that? You guys saw the graying out? I look at the TV screen, and because there's always a delay, even on low latency, I saw the graying out on the TV screen as well. That was weird. It's not supposed to be that long. It was. Well, anyway, Nick is being forced to, well, do things for Maya's training again. This is such a common thing that Nick gets dragged into these type of things, even when Maya should and could do this alone. That it has happened in the anime, like I'm talking unique instances, not all. So in the anime, in the manga, in the second manga, in the spin-off games, in the main series, in the other spin-off, and in the verses. It keeps happening. It's all over again. In everything. Technically it didn't happen in the live action. Technically. Like Maya getting in trouble for ridiculous reasons. That happens in absolutely everything. Yeah, it happened in the live action movie as well, of course, because, well, it speeds by the first game, really. That's the plot of the movie. So of course it happens. But that's too much of an obvious thing. Because Maya getting in trouble is like, it's her nature. If she wouldn't get in trouble ridiculously, it wouldn't be Maya. It would be more like Mia. And yeah, if anyone have had some focus on the magazine, there should be multiple disturbing things that you see. First, how, and then why. I don't know which one is more disturbing. And to note to those who haven't watched all the episode, This face is very familiar to us. Let's actually look at my court record. Do I... No. They have blanketed it out, so we don't have... Like, we have Godot here, but... we don't have... the owner of this face. And here we go. The demon. We all know he would have been forced to go into this even without seeing that, but this will actually make him actually want to go there. So, well, we are advancing the plot faster than normally. Wearing that, no wonder. To be honest, I expect that I would be fine in that type of clothing, in that weather. Just make the clothing my size and I bet I could just chillax. But her in those clothing, in that snow area, yeah. You're gonna literally freeze. They aren't gonna draw her with anything other on. They only did that with that one case for those few images for some odd reason. But nothing sensible here. Well, it's true. It's important that you can actually train yourself in the cold. Especially for, well, she's supposed to be a spirit medium, so she's not gonna be doing rituals and that in all sort of environment. She can just do it inside the temple. That's like gonna be her purpose. But normally temple crews need to learn how to, well, perform their duties in whatever climate. In whatever location, really. So, well. And there she is. So many people list her as super cursed of a character. To be honest, she's very far from it when you take all things into consideration. Because, well, we have to compare her to the other characters we've seen. Like the ones in the previous one, for instance. She's miles and miles into normality and sanity compared to any of the characters I mentioned last episode. Not episode, but chapter. Yeah. definitely. Like, she's completely on the right track. If someone's named Bikini, and that's the only thing you know, that they are called Bikini, you would expect that they would be young. Like, that name will age everyone to a certain spot. Hopefully always aging down instead of aging up, but still. I don't like the fact that it's called special cause. Especially like if you still, you know, like have the temple name in the course listing, like special course with your teacher Bikini. Like, it will always give certain intentions which aren't actually meant. Remember this age rating of the game. So no, this doesn't ever go that far. But it implies a lot of things. But it never goes there. Age ratings. And censorship in other facts as well. Although, comparing, because like the only series you can really compare Ace Attorney is Danganronpa. The censoring here, compared to almost no censoring in Danganronpa, it doesn't change much. Like, Ace Attorney never goes somewhere, while Danganronpa actually goes and they regret it, so it's censored out. But still, in Danganronpa, the things that are like enough to bankrupt companies and getting them completely blacklisted just happens in the first game, and it's just ignored by people. I guess it's like enough of non-mainstream that nobody just takes notice of it. Like, I cannot go into any details because there's a reason why I won't ever play Danganronpa on stream. But I do need to finish the games on my own. But the fact that I got the first game ruined by seeing the anime at the convention, so I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it playing through it. And overall, many of the game elements just suck. It's just the fucking insane story of everything. And the small amount of detecting that you can do that intrigues me. In Ace Attorney, there's a lot more actual thinking and investigating. But let's do the traditional. We're gonna show our badge. Yoink, because cursed moment. And no, Bikini, no. Well, Maya, this shouldn't be that surprising to you, because it's canon. It's canon! By the way, how many characters just say that Nick constantly shoves the badge into their faces. So if you don't show your badge as the first thing to characters, you are doing a non-canon playthrough. But unfortunately, this is not a unique line, it seems. So we won't show anything else. To have something else. Well, yes. Um, like, uh, it's such an insane repetition number that it shouldn't be humanely doable, like in actual succession. It literally just can't be done. Time of year doesn't really say that much because, well, like I explained, we have had quite insane of a weather here just now, so I cannot, you know, accept any sort of indication what the month will give anymore anywhere in the world. This being taken originally place in Japan and with like canonically with the translations in the US. The US has way too many spots, so the time of the year doesn't tell enough. I think it's meant, like far as I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, with the translations, the place in the US is supposed to be like a copy San Francisco. Like just instead of San Francisco, there is this weird town that was canonically in the translation filled with tons and tons of Japanese immigrants. And that's why there are so many Japanese things. Like, for instance, this temple that exists here. But yeah, I don't know enough of the weather. But the repetition amount, cold water, too much. Even just the repetition alone was so many times, it cannot be done. But with this amount of repetition, at, well, clearly at a time when there's a constant eternal snow, it is, yeah, hypothermia, guaranteed. Death, if nobody intervenes, guaranteed. So yeah, it's not good. Okay, so I think we should have everything needed, but I cannot resist doing some extra things, so we are gonna do some investigating. Even though nothing has happened, we still should do some investigations, you know? Like, it's best to know your surroundings before something happens, you know? It could be that what we saw with the sword at the beginning could have just been a nightmare, because it has not always been true. There was the case previously that it was a nightmare. Phoenix was hit with a hammer by a giant judge, so nothing's guaranteed. But come on, like, you know, the expectations. the thing we saw at the beginning being fake has only happened once, plus this is the final case. Of course something's gonna happen. What? Yeah. But look, the abominable snowmobile. I can't do the joke. It's been too far that I've seen the Futurama episode, plus my tongue gets tied. I can't remember the last time I ridden one. I can't be certain. Have I ever driven one? No, I must have. I must have at that one point, but for only such a small amount, because I don't remember liking driving it. Yeah, oh yeah, I did actually properly drive it a bit. It was on low. That was one of the biggest reasons why I had a very small, like, well, not a small, very strong dislike of actually wanting to drive it. And it was on our fields, which were super bumpy because the snow had been very inconsistent that year. There were not a single layer that held for good. And yeah, the baby is crying again. It has happened for the last hour about. I've been like trying to mute it out, but pretty much for the last hour non-stop. From the time I listen to the streams, it cannot really be heard most of the times, but it's concerning, you know. I have brought this up in my other streams, but sadly I cannot do anything about it. Trust me, I have tried. But yeah, so the snow being so inconsistent, it was constantly like jumping, even at slow speeds. And overall, the fact that, like, the same thing as with a moped or a, well, scooter, yes. I was just thinking that, was it scooter? Yes, it is scooter, because it's so close to the Finnish word. But yeah, either a moped or scooter. Same with snowmobile, that like, the way that you know, give it gas, you have to pull it like inwards, like the on. I can never get behind that. It's so foreign to me. I can never really get to that. That's why, well, there's also the fact that I hate really driving things with two wheels. I really want always there to be four, or better yet, tracks. Tracks are so much better to drive with. Especially if someone else is driving and I can just be on the top and say, "Drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword." It has happened more than once, so it is a habit already. But yeah, anyway. Like, the biggest thing why I really don't want to ever drive mopeds or scooters is the way that you need to do the speed by, well, twisting. It's a very unnatural movement. I can't really do it like in an efficient manner. It will always be super foreign and feel super bad. And I think that they banned the ones, because there used to be a time where there were like motorbikes, because moped wasn't really a thing. There were like lesser motorbikes. By clarification, in nowadays standards, had like the gas that you actually pull on, otherwise kind of like modern devices have a brake. Though, if it would work more like that, I bet I would like driving way more, but it would be super dangerous. And that's why they made them illegal, because they can easily get stuck. If your brake gets stuck, that's not nearly as dangerous as your gas getting stuck. So, because it's always gonna start being on instead of off. So yeah, I can understand why they are the thing. But if you have a lot of experience with motorbikes, mopeds or scooters, just tell me how to get used to that, because it feels so wrong to me. Twisting, and especially that you twist it towards yourself. I think that also, if I would twist it off myself, would also make it easier, because if I need to suddenly stop, it would feel much more natural to lift my hand away. And it would be a slower descent, more smoother as well, because if I would be raising my hand away, I would actually bring my hand slowly, slower away from the place, instead of actually more at the very first and then not at all. When you think about like the movement of my hand, the way motorbikes are now, it is pulling the hand towards more gas instead of away from the gas. It would be so much easier if I could just show with my hands and with a steering bar, but I don't. Even if I would have a webcam, I would have nothing that would be a suitable steering bar to showcase what I mean. And the best thing would be this water bottle, but it's nowhere big enough that I can actually make the comparison, because you can't see how my hands would work around it. Well, in one manner it would be also too big for that, because, well, both ways it's bad. But yeah, instead of the main hall, we could just skip and go to a random suspension bridge. Let's go! Oh look, this is a bridge. And yoink, because this is a very common sense argument which people never use. Like, I've actually seen TV shows, like real TV shows, where they find someone who's arachnophobic, and they're like, you have an unsensible fear of spiders. Now we are gonna take this Black Widow and put it in your hand to get you out of your arachnophobia. No. You are actually putting the real danger and the real thing that you scare about in there. Like, you are just making everything worse. Like, with tarantulas, I can fully understand. Because those things, they can't really hurt a human being. Like, if they bite, yeah, it's gonna sting, but a bee sting technically is way worse. So I can understand using those, but there have actually been TV shows where they use actual Black Widows. And they sometimes have a disclaimer, it's been devenomized or something. No, they really haven't. They are just trusting that, yeah, it won't bite. It just won't bite because they aren't gonna flare or anything. And what tells me that they haven't actually devenomized them? The fact that some of these shows never aired. It sounds like something happened with some of the filming, and that caused it to be unable to be aired, especially when those were the only sections of the show ever filmed. There are stories, true stories. Evidence is out there. People are idiots. But overall, I would, like, if we would be playing Espionage, the lovely game in Jackbox, which almost never gets played because people just don't want to try new things. I would estimate that if there would be a question how many people would actually feel at least uncomfort for having a tarantula put on your hands, it would be around 90% because it's at least discomfort. Most people would feel discomfort because the expectation is that you're gonna see what's put on your hands. If, let's say, you would be a huge pet owner, you would have many types of pets, even if you wouldn't have any sort of bugs or arachnids, just huge amount of pets, you might think that, oh, you put some sort of new pet to my hands. This feels funny. Is it some sort of weird cat or dog? That fur feels really odd. How it's tapping so many times? It would be like that would be the reaction if they couldn't see. But if they could see, yeah, most likely the reaction is, it's a spider. Why it's moving so weirdly? Why it's doing so odd movements? Because arachnids are a thing of their own. And yeah, I think I have explained my history with arachnids in the Dark Messiah streams. At least I think I have. That game makes people who aren't arachnophobics into arachnophobics. It didn't help with me, because it just made me hate spiders with a deep passion. It's like, you cannot kick them down, they have too many legs, and they can crawl on walls. Why can't I kick them down? Burn! And they never burn as well as you would think. It's very frustrating. But yeah, flashbacks to the last case. People should have some realizations about this place. You're not so far, Phoenix. $20. Yeah. Remember, if this is 20 yards, the car in the previous chapter was supposedly in the scale 5 yards long. Explain. This bridge looks far bigger than that it would only held 4 cars. If it actually could, like, held them without falling down, but like, more than 5 cars length, I would say. But yeah. Or do they legit expect that that's just some humongous American car and that's it, why it should just be accepted that it's 5 yards long? Jeez. Depends, because if I, for instance, couldn't see dead people, that would make me way more concerned. Because then I would constantly be in a state of, oh, is this how vampirism actually works? And I couldn't get the idea out that I have actually somehow become a vampire. I've been called a vampire for most of my life, and I'm always like, no, count the amount of fangs. It's more than 2. People can never get rid of certain stereotypes. And it's not my fault that I've been covered in blood so many times. even if you had a pencil, starting to, grind out the stone with a pencil would take a very long time. Like, it can be done. I can admit that I have carved like desks with pen, multiple types of different pens, and only pens. I never actually used a spike or a knife. Always just different types of pens. It can be done with time, but it takes a long time. And I'm not proud of it, like the fact that I have done that. But the reason why I have done that has been for having desks that were so buggered out already that it only felt like to make this better would be to leave some sort of mark of my own, or convert a mark of someone else to be a mark of mine. I never even dared to do it, even when I was young, to a desk that was actually clean. But yeah, most desks out there just being ruined. Just ruined. Even the table I have here. Well, it is a desk with a additional side desk. Even this is very buggered out. And I haven't been carving this one because, well, it's mine. I got it for free yeah, sure. But many of these markings and scratches that have happened to it, it just makes me think like, how the hell did this happen? I expect many of them just happened because it's been like transferred from place to place badly. None of it happened when it was transferred to first home and then over here. But many of these just has to be like that. They're like way too big for someone actually like hitting the desk, or it's falling down, or like, it's a good thing that they won't be like they aren't visible at all, because I have covered pretty much every inch of the desk with something, or they're like behind devices. But still, not nice. But it was free. I love this desk, like it's perfect. I can't imagine having a different type of desk. Because with small additions and small help, I could actually add like more screens. So I would love to actually have a fourth screen. So I can never have enough screen space. Fourth screen would be so awesome. But with the configuration I have now, which is the only configuration for the screens, a fourth one cannot fit. But for instance, if I would get another desk or addition, I could move the printer there. And then there would be a space for another. Or if I could get one of those holders that would hold the fourth one over the third one, which would most likely be the option how to do it. Yeah, that would be great. So phone, what the fuck? I've been receiving messages on phone during the stream so many times now. Abnormal. Why do people suddenly want to contact me on a Thursday night? Like, oh yeah, and things were mentioned, but well, we can't really, like, we have to like drown out things. Phoenix won't go on the other end. Like, we don't really have a reason to go there right now anyway, but yes, we will just move back to the main gate. I'm surprised that the movement is to the main gate and not to the hall. Because, like, from what I understood, like, it could be that I understand it wrong. But I somehow always understood that, let's go into this mode so I can show it better. That to get to the bridge, you don't have to go through the gate. That there is a sideway path to this side that like goes inside the wall, and there's another door. I don't know why I have that mindset. Was it the anime or something? But something giving me that that track, that there is another path. But because of the snowmobile, this is the one used. Because, well, it's the place where you park it. You can't get it over the steps. Oh, well, you can if you speed it up or there's more snow. Otherwise, it would be very, very bad for both the driver and the vehicle. Trust me on that. But yeah, let's move to the main hall. I actually had the options in the diner for having either boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, or rice. I took rice because the meal itself was chicken. And you really always want there to be rice with chicken. Chicken. A rice, chicken. Chicken or rice. No, let's not go to that joke again. I've overspent that joke. Anyway. It was lovely. I just can't get over it. It's so easy to please me. Just offer me dinner and I'm happy for such a long time. And I'm not like that food addicted or anything. Like, even though I have stopped streams for being able to eat so many times, you have to note that I've been like not eating for the entire day. And the fact that streams are more than double consuming as just playing on my own. I must have told the stories that, yeah, there have been a week where I didn't really eat anything just because I was so intense playing something. I actually have had similar type of things. Like, I think for a miniature project, there was that one point where I think I must have lived back home still. That I had some sort of miniature project. I spent 3 days on like non-stop. I just can't remember what it was. It was something where I had to build it bit by bit, and every bit I built, I then painted. What was it? It was some sort of custom thing. There was a deadline, yeah. But never before or never after I have had such an intense, moment of just build, paint, build, paint, build, paint. And I don't remember that I actually really stopped for almost any sleep. Almost any. Most likely on the sofa for a couple of hours. At day maximum. And definitely there wasn't any proper meal in between. Most likely some snacks and drinks. Drinks definitely. Especially how back home I have the small fridge right next to the zone where I used to paint and build. Yeah, if I'm back home and I'm attending a stream, you might have heard the fact, or even hear me actually opening the fridge, because the laptop is on the same table I used back then, so I can reach the fridge from the table. I need to do a long reach, but still, it's in reaching distance. Compare here, I would need to toss myself from this chair, and I still couldn't reach the fridge, even though this is a very small apartment. I can't even reach at the end of this table because, well, there's now the extension. The small piece of furniture I got from grandma. I can't even reach at the end of that. So, yeah. Things feel much harder to reach over here. Yet back home the distances are actually way more. It's funny to think. But yeah, let's start with examining before we talk. It is the big lad, the chunky boy. Yeah, that is huge. Also, come on, it's been hour and a half that the baby has been crying non-stop. Okay, the way the crying happens just changed. It's sounding violent. It's super bad. Like I would want to just stop streaming because of that, really. Especially since like I can't do anything about that. Oh well. I just try to go on. But yeah, if we go with the logic that thing actually holds power like the one Phoenix have? If the power would be equal to the size, you would think that one would just make... Like, well, if the power would be of the same nature, if seeing that someone's lying is like the small power, what would be the larger? Just force people revealing their secrets. I think it would go to that. You would in essence have a mind control over people. That would be the power difference. You touch that and then you admit all your sins, and they would bow down and just start listing all their sins before you. Like that's really the only way I can see it going. Yeah, I never... Like, I have heard all the names of these different kind of cushions and stuff, but I can never really remember, because they always feel like just a weird thing. Like, I can understand that we have so many different names for different kinds of chairs, and in Japanese culture, they really couldn't spare the luxury of chairs with how everything is built and how the culture works, so they have different kind of cushions. But because of that huge cultural gap, I just cannot input the names, difference and meanings of different kind of cushions. Plus, the fact that I'm a big man, I really can't sit in the proper sitting. I would need to sit with like the leader style. Because if you see common folk sitting, they are sitting in the proper sitting. But when you see leaders, they are usually in the relaxed seating. Same with saints. Oh, quote unquote saints. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's it. So, let's talk to this character. And I can spoil a bit with this character. The implications and all of the things we find out are such a shocking thing, have such huge repercussion to things, yet they are pretty much ignored. The same thing really happens in the final case of the next game as well, to maybe of a bigger effect, like even bigger maybe. No, I think this is supposed to, like, it must be bigger, but it's still kept in even less of a thing, even in the game itself. So yeah, it's a shame, very big shame. Or I could just be pulling all of your legs, and this character is just a one-note character we are never gonna see after this, just because they really have only point here, like with most characters we've seen in the series. Note most. There are so many characters that have only been seen once. There are many returning ones, yes, but most are just one-off. They're gone. But yeah, we cannot show that, so let's just talk to them. Yeah, we just heard about an apprentice that she has. A artist. Well, what do you guys expect? Knowing how the series works, that apprentice is gonna be a very one-note character, which we aren't ever gonna see again. And they are gonna do some sort of blunder which will give us some sort of important evidence for the trial, but they're gonna cover it because they are embarrassed that they made the blunder, and so on. That would what to be expected. Well, you'll see when we get there. Like, here we see the map, which really goes against the mindset I got them, because the opening would need to be here. But if you look, like, think that if there would be opening here, you would easily think that there could be a path that you can easily traverse here and make a shortcut. But I don't know why I have that mindset. Because I don't think this map is, like, really gonna be updated throughout the case. As far as I remember. Like, as far as I remember, it don't really get updated. So it might be some sort of anime thing. Or a manga thing. Something, just something gives me that weird feeling. I don't know. Like, I have had this weird remembrance of how maps turned out beforehand, especially like with Heroes 5, as those who have watched those streams or watched know. But well, that's just the fact that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of scenarios, even in the main series of those games, and they're very easy to misremember and mix up. Just remembering certain random events here and there is actually hindering remembering how the full thing goes on. And it kind of makes it feel like I'm playing the game for the first time in many aspects. And to be honest, with the Heroes 5, I'm kinda playing it for the first time. Because it's the first time in a decade. And I didn't ever, like, replay it in between. Like, when I first played it, throughout the campaigns, that was it. I went with the base game, expansion, done. I did play random maps, and I think almost exclusively random after that. And a lot in the end, yeah. Some scenarios as well, I think. I have a vague memory that I did even play some custom things. But they were custom things included with the quote-unquote collector's edition. There were multiple collector's edition. Mine was the complete collector's edition, which really just had base game, expansion, CD, or was it even a DVD, filled with extra stuff. Including the skill wheel. That's why I've always had the skill wheel from the get-go. I sometimes even planned out characters. I never went with the ultimate because I was always like, pointless, I don't understand it, let's just go with skills I like, type of thing. So I really always planned out characters badly, or ended up making characters that are impossible to make, like just having a super excess of skills. Because if you mark it down correctly, you can just mark down that, oh yeah, I have all the skills. I don't know how the editor would handle it. I think the editor must have limits that you can only have, like, the limited selection of skills. It must have. With 3, I remember that there was a way to get more, but it breaks out the HUD. I might need to actually look into that. But anyway, now we actually have a task to explore, so let's explore. Well, we can actually go across the bridge. And what do we see? Scary things. And things that we've been hinted before. Like, I think originally, when I played this chapter, It was so long ago compared to when I finished the fourth chapter. There was like a huge pause that I kind of forgot many things that were said, and only like later on, like, oh, it's not actually reusing assets. It's meant to be the same. And this should be enough of hints, people understanding what's going on here. And yeah, I love that they actually given Phoenix a response, because he really didn't want to go through the bridge. To be honest, a bridge like that, I wouldn't want to go either. I know that in most likelihoods it would be safe, but it would twist around and wave enough that I would be so slow going across it. I would never want to cross it again, because it would be like, it's gonna take me a day to get past to the other side. Why? And with my usual luck, I would get into the middle of it, and like, not in the middle of it. Let's say if I would be coming this way, I would get like here, and then someone's just gonna come this way, and they're just gonna push through, and I would be like, I can't move. You can't go past me, because I need to keep my hands on both, or the bridge is gonna wave too much. I weigh too much. It's gonna keep on wobbling. They get to me, and they just literally start pushing me. That has happened before, you know. There have legit been old people that have walked through a very wonky bridge for so many years that they legit act like other people don't exist. They will keep on pushing. I usually have avoided that, but I seen a situation where someone, like about my height, had an old man just literally running to their crotch. Because that old man was very, very short. He just legit kept pushing until the other tall dude kinda make a very awkward jump over them. Because that was the only way to get past that situation. And it was pain to watch, especially how close both of them got falling off the bridge. And the old man didn't even respond, even though like the bridge was about to make a twist around, because the weight suddenly went to both directions at once. Yeah. Like, not the fact that weight went to both, it went heavily on the other hand, and then lightly on the other hand. Like, that's usually the uneven forces in a... What's that in English again? Is it not diagonal? It's like a... Or is it diagonal? Like, it goes across the thing instead of straight other way. Diagonal. Yes, diagonal. Wait. Across is super bad for bridges. That's usually what wrecks everything. Wait, what? My dyslexia hit so hard here for some reason. You see the mailman? And for some reason I just couldn't unsee it reading mailman, which would mean the world. And, well, even if I wouldn't have been rewatching part 4, there is always still time in my mind to get some... Yeah. It's completely unavoidable. Someone help me. JoJo references everywhere, even when it's fake due to dyslexia, I think. Ah. Maya, Maya, you're talking to a defense attorney. No, you can't keep doing this. Oh, I can only imagine how quickly, if Phoenix would actually be a prosecutor, how quickly, even with his, like, everything about him would remain the same. He would just put Maya to jail just for her own safety. Like, she would make sure that the prosecution would make it so that she would be found guilty for something very minor very quickly, so she can just, be locked up for her safety. Nick would do that. I cannot see the world not going like that. That would be the case. Because, well, prosecution versus defense and all, and yep. Jail might not be a bad thing for Maya. She has caused so many issues. She will cause so many issues in the future. I guess fortunately most of them aren't game canon, because some of the things are super like, no, Maya, no, how could you? Think of type of things. So yeah. Like, looking at this lovely snow-covered landscape and the fact how warm it was today, it kind of makes me like wanting that instead of there being actual summer in maybe somewhat soonish time, like a stable-ish summer, it would actually just skip back to winter. Like, overall, I hate it so much when weather goes plus 20. I love wearing shorts. They are comfy to wear. And no, I would not accept being called youngster or Joey, but I do have to agree with him. Shorts are very good and comfy to wear. But there wouldn't be bugs, because I'm getting really sick of them. They cause constant issues on everything. Like, weirdly, I haven't had the issue of them getting into my paintings that much. It's been quite a rare thing happening, but still. They cause constant annoyance, constant issues. And I would prefer wearing a jacket for the ease of access to, like, having a phone in the pocket and things in the pocket over the comfort of wearing shorts. Because I can, like, I'm wearing shorts right now, but I'm wearing them inside. So nobody's gonna call the police that, oh, that man must be on drugs. He's not wearing something warm. Like, grandma, chill. It's it's 15 degrees. Allow me to wear shorts. It doesn't matter that it's quote-unquote winter time. If the weather is actually 15 plus, allow me to wear shorts without calling the police. There have actually been a couple of times that police have been called on me because I've been wearing shorts. And they have been always at the worst time, like a day after a week of there being constantly over 10 degrees and no rain, no wind. So it's actually been warm. Those sometimes happen even during the winter. Climate change, that's a bitch. It just happens sometimes. But yeah, there have been times when police have been called because I've been in shorts. I usually always have had a jacket like around my waist if it suddenly would get windy. But short sleeves, a cap instead of a wool cap. Police have usually come, but usually they haven't even asked anything about me if I have been still around, because most of the time that police have been clearly called for me, I haven't been around anymore there, at that location when they arrive, if they even arrive. And how do I know that it's been called because of me? I can usually hear the grandmas quite well during the call. They are usually super loud, especially when, trying to talk to medical or security officers of some sort. Especially medical. Especially when it's something like, you are bleeding to death right now. No, youngster, I know what to do. I just need to lie down and let me sleep. No, you cannot fall asleep. You are bleeding out. You're gonna die unless you wake up and you let us help you. No, youngster, I know what's wrong with me. There is nothing bleeding. I can't feel a thing. I see that story happening far too many times. It's actually, and I'm not in the medical field. So you know that it must be a common thing. I usually avoid hospitals. Not that I don't like hospitals. It's just I don't like things happening in hospitals like that. And the amount of time that people think I'm staff. I've been handed drugs, scalpels, equipment, all sort of things, just because someone thinks that I'm working there. And I haven't even been wearing a lab coat or anything. There have been cases where I actually have, because I've been taken to emergency service for having my hands frozen or burned. Usually burned in those occasions. And then it's even worse. It's usually like, where's the patient? I'm the patient. You would think that it would be a common thing. Especially when the ward is specialized in, chemical accidents. You would expect there would be people wearing lab coats. But no, never. I don't know, do people think that my face just looks like I work in the medical field? Or is it my doctor's handwriting? Someone who knows me to somewhat, please explain, what do you think it is? The lab coat cannot be counted as a factor. It has happened so few times in the end. Yeah, this is the biggest reason why I don't want to cross rickety bridges like that. Because it's not just the fact that you need to go it one way, you need to go it two ways. there have only been such a few occasions when I know that, oh, we are actually gonna take some other path and not come back this way. So in those occasions, I'm usually like, okay, this is fine. I'm just crossing it once. I don't mind if it has to be slow. It is just gonna be once. If a weird old man is just trying to run through me on the way this way, okay, it's gonna only happen once. I can get through that. But 2 ways. Like, no, it's not worth the effort. It's not worth the effort. Instead, I could just spend like half of the time that would take crossing the bridge one way, taking pictures on the other way, and have more tangible things about the place than if I spend all the time crossing the bridge. And I don't have problem with heights. No. I used to jump from rooftop to rooftop. I have problem with the ladders nowadays. My legs aren't as they used to be. So it's a physical thing. With bridges, no. I don't mind the height. I usually like looking down from heights. I usually like to climb on a stack of chairs, for instance. It's lovely to be height. That's a very cat thing, you know. Like, we need to be higher. If there's a bunk bed, if I think it can withstand my weight, I'm definitely taking the top bunk. I need to be high. In elevation, not in chemical sense. Because, let's just say, being high in chemical sense, it's not good. I don't like it. I've been in surgeries. There have been anesthetics that work slowly or have multiple stages. Like, first stage you are high, second stage you are going under. And many of those have been in a way that you start with first stage, then the second stage when you actually get there. Those been the worst, some of the worst moments in my life. I hated that feeling even more than the feeling of feeling like I'm actually dying. Actually bleeding out or being in a very, very bad state. It's hard to explain. It's much about control and everything. Just, ugh. Bad. Very bad. But yeah, I think that's everything we can look around here, so I don't know that there would be more here, but I remember having this feeling the first time around as well, that oh, there's surprisingly little things, even though there are many details that you would normally have able to discuss about, but not here. Well, we have the training hall, so, and oh, we are all the way inside, and oh, this place looks so twisted compared to what it was in the 3DS Trilogy. It wasn't this sideways, and oh, this looks so much more dangerous here. To be honest, if a mine is a modern working mine, I really don't have interest. If a mine is an old type of mine, a tad wonky, I have interest and want to go there. Because there's always something, I can find something here. I can actually find something. I can actually learn something here with the old wonky ones. With the new ones, they're always this is so sterile. This is already gone through completely. It's just dusty now and nothing exciting. So I start to focus on oh, it's not good to breathe here. I might pass out because the air is getting bad. Maybe I should just leave. With the old ones, excitement goes over everything. Well, we can still examine. And yeah, I think with every version, they made the space behind here look more cold and more dark. I like it. It, like, if this door wouldn't be this crooked, as in the way that it looks like it cannot be opened. Like, I know because the bar is this way, it's meant to be opened inwards, but it still kind of feels like it should open outwards. And because it's so crooked, it's not going to, of course. It's one of those weird design feels, which kind of create optical illusions in a way. At least to me. Not all of those are universal. They are very people based. Like I bet with this one. But like the fact that it's a ice cave behind a locked door, like it just brings so many memories. I just really want to go there and maybe take a nap. Because with all the heat and the actual physicality of the day, I would want to go to bed right now. I'm actually tired, but I have so much to do. So much more Ace Attorney as well. Even outside the stream, I kind of promised to myself that, yeah, this week I'm kind of finished with the investigation. But most likely I won't be able to finish it, like, before I really need to go home, so technically if I get here, like, in actual real time on Sunday, maybe I can still do it. I prefer doing it before going home, though. But I just got to the, like, actual final part. At least I think it's the final part. Because that trial has been going on for a long while now. So, yeah. So I bet it's still gonna be an hour or two, like, actual progression. And I have made a couple of mistakes throughout. There was one thing I actually had to cheat out a bit. Because I just couldn't understand why I can show one piece of evidence at that moment when it's been declared completely invalid before that. Where it would have actually fit. Where I knew that it's not gonna fit just because of context clues. I'm not sure, did I actually have to look it up? Or did I just get the 2 strikes and got it through? Because that was like a couple of weeks ago already. Jesus, time goes fast. At least I'm having fun, even though my situation overall has been quite concerning. Having fun. That's something always that keeps me in good mood. But the annoying thing is, when I'm really having fun, it's hard to sleep. Because I want to continue doing the fun things. And so many pain projects just on this table here waiting that I finish them up. Like, I would have another three, not a 3. But there is actually 3 3s now. I would like there to be more, but there is 3 now. After that's ready. It only needs slime and a couple of touch-ups and it's done. There would be an endless spell that just needs touch-ups and it's done. And then some flock on the base and it's done. The ghost ship only needs like a couple touch-ups. My Pathfinder figure just needs base work and a couple touch-ups and it's done. The corpse guard still needs a lot of work, so ignore that. The gargoyles need base works and they are done. These Nurgle Terminators, I don't remember what these Blight Terminators or what's the name of this unit? These are not the forced melee ones. So these aren't the bodyguards, these are the actual Terminator ones, so General Terminators. I never remember their name. They don't require that much work anymore. Like base, touch-ups, maybe some additional details after washes. well, before and after the washes, and they would be done. And for Death Guard, I would just need to paint some more Plague Marines, and my Death Guard army would be ready. That would be very neat. Having an actual, factual, full 40k army completely painted. So I don't think I will get much for Death Guard anymore. Like, the list isn't. It's gonna be far from optimal. But I think like I'm done. Maybe more Plague Marines, because that would be a better list. There is still Boxwalkers to paint, but they have been so bad with gameplay, they have lost the motivation. And there's much more. Well, okay, I always want to paint Boxwalkers. I have to admit, I always want to paint more. There would be some more. Some even would require repairing because they have been in the waiting for so long. But since I cannot field even a quarter of them because they change how they work, I should paint something else, like the Plague Marines. Which oddly I haven't really been enjoying painting that much, even though I should really be running a lot of them. So yeah. And then meanwhile in the game, there have been a deep moment here, which we only really get, well, yeah, this important explanation. Maya would not have recognized who that is without the crest. And that's sad. It's really sad. She would not have recognized her own mother without seeing her crest. I know a couple people who watch my streams, at least occasionally, or the watch, have been in a similar situation. Well, are in a similar situation. That like at least one of their parents, they can barely remember because they were gone so quickly. It's not easy. Not easy. There are always certain expectations with life. And having your parents around for, well, at least until you are a parent, is to be expected by most. And when that doesn't happen, yep, not easy. Maya, there's no way. Like, just remember that line, like, when we get back to the investigation that we see through. Also, don't say sorry. The indentation of that have been ruined. So, now that we can see again, I'm keeping it as canon that both Nick and Maya are just idiots here, and they just push on the door as, door won't open, door lock, when they need to lift this bar and then push the door. it would go with both of the characters that they would just... Well, like Maya just being that stupid, because she is very, very stupid. That she would just push and say it's locked, and then Nick just going without even looking that, oh, if you can't open it, I can't open it. I'm not a locksmith. Without even looking. Oh yeah, that the writing here isn't actually a thing. I was thinking that it might have been. But yeah, that should be everything. We have to go around here, so let's move to the inner temple gate, where we actually see absolutely nothing now. So, oh yeah, just to make sure. But yeah, I didn't think we would see anything here. So, back to the bridge. Remember when I said, like the things I said earlier this stream, when we meet this apprentice named Morris Dukesman? I have no idea how that's supposed to be pronounced. Remember the expectations. You cannot say that I'm wrong. You will never be able to say that I'm wrong. I'm just gonna spoil that. Just the fact that we actually know the character. We know that they actually truly go by another name. It won't change the fact, other than, well, this name. Jesus. He always there when something goes wrong. So, yeah. Oh, I just made a realization. I think last time I mentioned that there are 4 achievements remaining. I haven't spoiled myself and looked at the achievements, but I was thinking, so let's go through my thinking. I know that we still have step ladder versus ladder thing. There is still parts to do because it's not completed. And I do remember that we are gonna see a step ladder, or was it actually a ladder? I can't remember which, but one of them we are gonna see this mission. As far as I remember, I could be wrong and I missed something and I'm gonna be mad about that. Then one of them has to be that we complete this case. And then I expected that one of them is gonna be that we have completed all the case in the 3rd game. And then one is gonna be we completed everything. But now that I just remembered something, maybe there won't be an achievement for completing all the cases in the 2nd game. It would just be gone on the complete every case in the entire game. Even though you can just go to the 3rd game, which is like, why the 3rd game doesn't get that treatment? Because I think that we actually have some lines we need to complete with Buds. Because he has some special lines which can be completely missed. Because I remember people talking about it and I remember doing it. And I think that showing him the badge is gonna be one of them. Or not? Did I remember wrong? Or is it too soon? Oh yeah, it must be too soon. It just must be too soon. Because I'm not gonna spoil, but something is gonna happen. Surprise, surprise. So the circumstances are gonna be different. I think at that point you can actually show the badge and it will give one of the line, because I'm certain that one of the things that are special is by showing the badge. I don't remember how many of there was. There is at least 2. I can remember distinctly 2 things. I'm gonna be sad if there isn't more, but yeah, I'm just trying to remember. There's at least 2, but I can't remember exactly are there more. If it's only 2 and it's actually an achievement, I'm gonna be sad. Very, very sad. Because it's such a short thing. But let's move on, because I think we need to wait before we can get that. Because now we are in just a pure shock mode, like what the fuck's going on? Let's figure out the situation. You should make some expectations of that book, which is gonna make Buds even more ridiculous than he is. And still not at all shocking. I don't remember, are we full out explained? Did she actually say her book names too, like before? But we all know the type of the books. But is far from the target audience. Like, I will admit there are children's books that are actually good reads, even to adults, but they really require the setting that you are reading the book to a child in order to get like the proper mindset, because you are trying to live that book through that child. And I know the feeling, because I have been babysitting. And I have been babysitting my kids in, like, well, circumstances that completely disallowed me to use, like, well, media devices. There have been locations with no electricity. There have been parents that really want to make sure that their kids aren't using or being subjugated to electronic devices. Not that they are some cuckoos that think that they will immediately go insane or die because of electricity, because believe me, there is far too many of those around. But just the fact that they want to make sure that their kids don't get dependent on those, addicted, which I applaud, because far too many are. Far too many are. I can admit that in many excess I'm addicted to having a media device as well now. I can go without it if I have actually something to do. And usually it's enough that I'm in a new place that I can just accept that, oh, I'm in a new place. I will get the feel of the place. I will take a lot of pictures, and like I can get around that easily. Or just that I have something to read, something physical to read, because ebooks, they won't scratch the itch. which is funny because it's taking the situation to the other way. Let's go the other line while I talk this. But yeah, in those type of situations, I have actually taken some children books that in many occasions I were home, so they were books that belonged to me, or if I were babysitting someone at their place, which have happened far more rarely, I read a children's book that they own to them, where it's actually me reading it for the first time. But like, just comparing it to when I randomly pick up that children books, because I sometimes have when I've been moving them around, usually just putting them somewhere deeper and deeper out of sight, because they don't serve a practical common use for me right now. Unsurprisingly, they aren't like an entertaining read, but when I just glance through them and read, like, this used to be a good thing back in the day, but now it feels nothing because, well, it's so light, it's so fast to go through compared to even comics. That's usually happened with all children's books. They are just way too light. But when you're actually reading it to someone in the target audience, you can get the feel that they must actually get the gist, they must get the actual meaning of this. And I started to figure it out. Because it's not just I get it for them yet. They need to develop more to get to that. So you get more out of that as well, because you can see that, this works. This actually works for what it's intended. Or at least you see that, they're having a good time. Books good. That's like the least you get. If you don't, which sometimes happens, it hasn't usually been that the book are bad, because people don't have, like, at least I never had like that bad of a children's book. So I only used to have very few books back in the day, when I could just have money of my own or could actually ask for books. Yeah, they started flying in. I have more books in many categories than the entire library system in my home region. Like Herody Legaria, I have more books than the entire United library system. It has a certain name for my home area. I don't remember that because it's been more than 2 decades that I heard that name. But yeah, I checked. I usually check it every time I go to the library back hometown, because you need to be actually there to check up their like systems. It is good in a way that it's not open out there, it cannot be hijacked, but it's also very annoying, because I actually need to be physically on the locale to know do they have something I would want, or just to check the numbers. But yeah, that's why I know that I actually have more books of certain variety. Now the libraries tend to have games and movies as well. They always had CDs or C-tapes when I was young. CDs were a very new thing back then, but libraries started having them from very early on. And C-tapes quickly were like pushed away, because CDs were way easier to maintain and they lasted way longer. So libraries just wanted to push all the C-tapes out quickly as they could. But anyway, so I've been able to check that I have more books about mythology, theology, except of certain kinds, like overall theology, not just Christian studies. With overall Christian studies, I fall very flat, because there is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. But overall theology studies, yeah, I have more books. Well, Herody Regaria, I will count them as one. I have more movies of any kind. VHS, more. DVDs, more. Blu-rays, they actually have less. But since the DVDs go so much over, movies overall win for me. Video games, my variety is with way fewer consoles, but the numbers, even when just taking physical copies and even when just taking console games, goes way over. Yeah. And the console is still the secondary thing for me. Still. Way over. I'm forgetting something because the numbers are too low. Oh yeah. Overall symbolism studies into that. Those I have more. But you could put that under mythology. But symbolism studies go to designing and stuff like that as well. So books about flags goes to there as well. And I lump them together because they are the same type of field. Many I put flag studies into just heraldry and regalia, but most books really talk more about the actual design aspect and commonalities and symbolism, not just the heraldic features. Of course they are very connected, but still separate. There must be some other categories that I have more books in, but I can't remember. Did I say manga already? Oh, comics. Multiple times more. Because libraries don't have loose copies. They just have omnibuses. And they tend to sell them away very soon as well. For instance, because I've been keeping track, I have like a list of Spider-Man and overall Marvel, like the things that I know from the title immediately that it's Marvel books that the library, the complete combination of the libraries had. I keep keeping track, even to those that they have sold away, and yet I have still multitudes of more. But well, that and manga is very easy to understand because so many come out so fast. With the common comics, well, it's just been Spider-Man, but over so many years of loose copies, it really gets to me. Plus, I go to old bookstores just to buy more. The comic convention that were here a couple of weeks ago, I got such good gems that I've been looking for years. I still haven't opened and read them. Most of them I already know the story about, but I never had a physical copy. It's just for collecting. But some of them I actually don't know what's inside. I just know that I've been looking for it because it's part of a story where I've been missing that part, or that it's overall just an epic story. But yeah, let's see. I don't remember, can I now get a special interaction for... No, I don't think I can get it now, because there was a thing where just going back and forth allowed there to be something special. But I don't think I can trigger it with this version. Or was it only a certain situation where it can? Because normally every place has like a complete standalone how they advance. So for instance, well, we have bots here. Then let's say us going past the bridge would advance the game. So then if we come back here and the game has advanced, and if the advanced value of the game exceeds the value zone of this area, then this place would advance as well. But it might end up that it's just the same place without bots, and it would forever be in that unless the zone where that is in is caused to trigger because we advance the game doing something else. This would be way easier to explain on a map, but still. So to get those zones, to actually like move forward at a constant rate. It's very abnormal to the game, but I remember that there was a special location where you can see some immediate advanced steps, because you can skip steps. For instance, there have been many occasions where we go to the police station and we just say, oh, there's no one here. And then we advance the game and come back. Then, oh, Gumshoe is here. Yay. Where we could have just never gone there and just got there for the first time when Gumshoe is there. So I remember that there would have been something akin to that with the bridge. But I might remember wrong. Or it might not happen now, but later. Anyway, I've been blabbing on for so long and so much. Wait. Now I'm missing something. Didn't I talk to you about everything already? Or was I supposed to do this? Yep. He has a reaction about her. Like, we know bots. Knowing how things end up to bots, it's very easy to laugh at him. Oh, yep, this interaction is open as well. He knows her as well. I know that might sound like a delayed reaction, but I was actually taking speed. Like, the distance that my hand traveled to get to my forehead was quite intense. You could call it even a marathon. So it just took a while. My hand isn't that fast running a marathon alone. So. Wouldn't it be easier to say that you have sworn to celibacy, but you are still straight? Wouldn't that be like the way easier way to explain everything? Oh. So it was legit this. Because I have a feeling that I might have been stuck with this when playing originally. Because you don't usually expect that you are actually forced to showcase people's profiles unless it's very, very specified. And now we actually had to showcase like a secondary person to a person which was mentioned as well to advance. But well, we are advancing. That's the main thing. Yeah, we are forced to come here straight off. Just because I can understand that they want us to just quickly go on, so we don't fuck around and do a like weird situation where we'll essentially follow Pearl and then be like, oh, Pearl isn't here, what's going on? So I like that they sometimes just actually push the narrative going on, because it can really stagnate for like no good reason if they wouldn't. Like, you can really see that she is a very good children's book author. Like, she's doing that for passion now, but she really wants to teach someone young to read. There are people like that, to a very small extent, because from what I understand, most children books are done like in a complete like template and are bad and very corporal. But yeah, that's what I went to. Like, of course, all the children books that I have are very old. Many are way older than me, for instance. So that wasn't that much of a thing back then. It was a thing already, yes, but not that much. So I guess I get lucky. And yeah, there are definitely some children books that were bad. It's just I at the most read them once, or it was read to me once, and then I didn't want to just read it ever again, and that's how it's forgotten. Because there are some books I never even actually read, so those might or was read to me, so those might be bad as well. Because I just had a flashback of one book which I know that even to this moment it's in the wrong spot, because years and years ago, when my cousins were small enough that they needed a bedtime story, my mother actually read it to them. And that book was one of those that I got them for free, but I never read myself, or it was read to me. Because most likely that stack was given to me when I was too old for it, or there were just other books there that took priority and it was left behind. Because like the smallest snippets of that story I could hear, it was like completely foreign to me, and maybe I should actually read it up, because it's only like 20 pages. It wouldn't take more than a minute or two to go through. So I actually know what the fuck this was about, because it just sounded so weird. And it was actually like a book, not a picture book. But it was tiny. Like 20 pages at most. So yeah. That's a very weird word for a young girl like Pearl to just find out. And I bet many of you out there, especially those who don't have English as their first language, like can understand that word, but not fully, because it's a weird word, to be honest. Its meaning is like, how to explain it? I don't remember the writer, but there is a book that's about like the abstract, like tells the very flowery the way how things get more and more abstract, and how the word itself technically becomes illusion or simulation of something more and more with generations, where like first generation, well, a good example, let's take a fish. Fish is generation 1. You are shown a picture of a fish, so you know the one-to-one that yep, fish, this is an animal, it lives in water, it is edible animal, you need to cook it to like, well, safely consume it, but it's a very known thing. Then the first abstraction of it would be like salmon, like already gone from oven, or just sushi salmon fillets on like front of you. So it's not anymore like the natural thing, but it's clearly deprived from it. Like, yeah, this is fish. There is some artificial things in it already, because Well, not necessarily artificial, but usually artificial, because especially if you have put it through and cooked it, there's gonna be salt, maybe some other herbs, maybe even pepper. Usually you don't use pepper with fish, but sometimes you do if you are doing some peppery sauce. I haven't had fish and peppery sauce combo in such a long time. I do actually have some fillets, but I don't have pepper at all. I just realized I've been living here for how many years and I never had pepper. How has this happened? I just made the realization. I've just been using different types of salts on things. Because I rarely have like proper meat other than minced meat. And that doesn't want pepper, that wants salt. Of a certain kind. Okay, I need to rectify this. I'm shocked. How can I have 6 different types of salt, but no pepper? I have chili pepper in the form of different types of sauce. Okay, back to the thing. So, abstraction 1. Then abstraction 3 would be like, I think like the best would be like Swedish fish, or like a fish licorice. Anyway, like a candy that looks like a fish. Because now it's still a edible thing, but it doesn't have anything to do with the natural thing anymore. Like it only kept the edible part, but there is still like a vague link to what it used to be. But very minor. But there is still something. Then abstraction 4 is like where we are with most things. Because I think this has been made into kind of a meme format or thing, because I've seen images like it in many places. Not in a while, but occasionally you see them. And it goes with TV characters as well, for instance. Like a good one is like Homer Simpson. I see multiple ones that show it like a comedy character that's meant to be a parody of things, then it becomes a parody of itself. Like a comedy character, then it becomes a parody of a comedy character, then becomes a parody of itself, and then it becomes a parody of the parody of itself. And that doesn't really work that well, but I've seen those. But yeah, back to the thing. The fourth and the final, because it's always a 4-part. The fourth one would be, now I have to think, how do we make fish into the fourth? Oh, I did mention Swedish fish. That's a type of candy. So let's say like the third one was licorice fish, because that's, well, or Swedish fish, it doesn't matter, because they both are. And I'm talking about with the candy, not the horrible thing that should be banned everywhere, which is known as a Swedish fish dish. I don't even mention its name, because it's such foul, such disgusting, such actually dangerous thing, and yet it's not illegal, even though owning and opening it is illegal. Which is like, shouldn't it then be just flat out illegal? But moving on. The fourth abstraction would be, you have like ice cream that's flavored like Swedish fish. So now the only connecting thing is edible. There is really nothing connecting to the original anymore. It has lost all meaning. It has nothing to do with fish anymore in any sort of way, really. Because already at stage 3, we only had some vague resemblance, usually a visual representation, not a functional or meaningful. The fourth one is it's just completely gone. That's the idea. And I love that theory because it works with so many things. It's not bulletproof, of course, but it just shows how things advance and become something completely different. This goes with inventions as well, and like politics, and like it goes with many things, and it makes you understand things better when you think it through through the entire line. And like how we have just accepted like candy flavors that, oh, this is something, when it's nowhere near it, for instance. Like Japanese mint, for example. How? Explain. I don't understand. I can understand it one way, but the other way I don't. Same goes with watermelon in some places. Watermelon candies never really taste like watermelon, but sometimes it tastes so something else. It cannot be even placed. So many candies are so artificial. It has nothing to do with the original, but I admit many of them are so much better than the real deal, like with watermelon. I have never been an actual fan of watermelon. I only actually started eating watermelon like way later at life. I wasn't really over it that much anyway, so it's understandable it's been a foreign thing. But I have loved watermelon candies for so long. Same is what cherry like. But even worse with cherry, because I despise actual cherries. But cherry cola is so good. Cherry drinks, so good. I haven't had a doctor in such a long time. Let's move on. I'm just getting thirsty and thirstier and thirstier and hungrier and hungrier. And god damn it, now that I like mentioned cherry cola, all I can hear is the fucking outro of JoJo Part 4. It's like the third, I think it's like the third outro in the series. Like at like chapter 4. Part 4, I mean. Third or second outro. And it's horrible. Like, it's not that bad of a song. It's far from like ones I would like to listen to outside, but it's horrible to have as an earworm. Like all the intros, there haven't been a single intro which aren't like an actual jam to have as a earworm. Even though I have to admit, like I have liked every intro. As far as I remember, there hasn't been a single intro I haven't liked. But the ones that I only actually listen are first to fourth intro in the entire series. Is that arc overall is something I like so much more. Like I like 4. Like the fourth era so much as well. But it really had more of a feel that you need to experience it once, and then it doesn't remain as like an epic, because it's a mystery thing. It's not an epic thing. I can't go into more details without spoiling, so it lost much of its glamour rewatching. But I get many other good things about it now that I'm rewatching it. But not to near that extent. And so like every time I watch 3, for instance, I just get like I'm just explaining, oh no that's gonna happen. Meanwhile with 4, it's like we are gonna get that meme moment soon, and then like, well, that's the episode for me. 5 I have only watched once. I never liked it that much because it feels like so much wasted potential in many places. I still think it's good. It has super good moments. It has some of the mystery element as well, but still an epic adventure. So I think it did good for combining, but still down. I think it's still like the lowest, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe like part 2, like, because I see parts 1 to 3 in such a united thing, even though part 2 feels like a very offshoot, I can't dislodge them from each other. And part 6, well, I've only seen what's been released so far, which isn't that much. Please, why couldn't they just release them once a week? I would have wanted to watch them in patches, but the fact that they release them all in patches and then are like, wait a year to get more? No! That's painful! You shouldn't do this! Why couldn't they just start releasing them weekly? Like, even at that point, just one episode per week. It would have been so much better. Internet overall wouldn't have been filled with spoilers, for instance. I'm glad that I managed to see what I've seen before the spoilers, but still, come on. Why? Yeah, there is nothing else I can actually like study. And I don't think I can even show my badge. Yep. So let's just get on with it. Well, or she could be going around the truth. Because, Phoenix, you've seen that happening, but the real thing why I wanted to stop here is, I don't know, this, like the way that she twists her head in this one frame, it just looks so odd. Like she somehow looks a complete different person than in the normal frame way we have seen her. Just look at it. Now, just read the text and the accidental irony, because I don't remember that this line was here. For fuck's sake. Anyway, just you need to go against the advice and stare at her for a second. We press another. Boom. Feels like she's a completely different person. I think like I can't talk. The angle you see a character makes anime, especially anime drawing style, make people look very weird in certain angles. In animation it gets even weirder. I think the best show is actually The Simpsons. Like, if you have, like, it's better that you have it in a digital format, or overall that you are on a computer, that you can actually go frame by frame. And you need to have a version that actually has enough frames so that they aren't blurred together, because some DVD releases and some files, they actually blur it more together and it loses frames that should be there. But like, go mid frames and look at characters when they are moving. You see so weird things, and usually memes are based on those, like the Marge meme and the weird grounded bot and this thing like that. They are from those mid frames. They aren't frames that you are actually meant to look at. But good God, they look so wrong, and that's just the reality. You cannot make all the frames natural in certain types of movements because you always need to make cartoon and especially animes manga characters look tad odd with certain angles. With realistic style, it's easier, but even in there, it will happen. Like, completely understandable that because that's a very common thing hoods are said to do, and it has the orb, so it might actually have some power. Yeah, I'm not saying against it. We know how spiritual things work in this series, and how weird and weird things get, especially later on, especially when we get to the latest game. Not talking about Great Ace Attorney because it happened way before the latest game in the series, as far as I remember, originally. But the freaking Sherlock situation made it so that the translation took so many years. Everyone was ready to give up on it. I was certain it's not gonna happen. I was sure it was some sort of twisted joke when it was like announced for the first time. I was like, is it actually April 1st? Because it might have actually even been a first day of some month. And I sometimes mix up which month is actually April. Because, well, English month names and me skipping 2nd grade because of stupid bureaucracy. And they just assume that I memorize and learn things learned in 2nd grade. Yeah, we start English with months for some reason. Don't ask me. Usually English is supposed to start with 3rd grade, at least it used to when I was at that age. But for some reason they start teaching certain basic things at 2nd grade. It was like, huh? Why are you teaching us certain basic things about the language without teaching us how the language works? Because usually if you want to learn a language, you really want to learn certain basic things very first, but they need to be very, very basic things to get forward, and which is many times enough to actually go by in that country like quickly. For instance, you need to know how to say yes, no, or where, maybe even why, thank you, and toilet, and price. Those are like things you commonly need. Because like if you can say where, you can just showcase a place on map or a name of a place, and people can usually notice that if you just say where they should understand that, oh, you don't speak the language well, okay, I will point in that direction and that's where you need to go. And yeah, price is usually the same. If you don't really speak the language, they can just show you numbers, or even sometimes the picture of the money, like, or the, like, no, not the picture of the money, just show like the money, like this settle 20. Give me one of these, then it's yours. I've been interacting with tourists, while especially when being one, so much. I know with how little you can go by, like with almost anywhere. Yes, there are many cultures where if you have that level of understanding, they look you down even more than if you would have none, because it like they just think that, oh, we are just barbarian, just knowing the basic of our language. I'm not gonna even give any notice to you. When if you would go and just speak your own language, they're like, oh, they are so proud with their language. They are not accepting speaking anything else. So you might get some more like honor with that. But usually, if you're in that type of situation anyway, it's better to just get a L on their picture, like of you, and get your actual thing through, because you might get some help when they get annoyed enough. Those kind of people are like, they deserve getting annoyed. Mostly people are decent enough that they will just, help you to at least get you out of their, picture. If you can do it civilized enough. I would say that I wasn't request that civil, but like last Wednesday, not yesterday, but last week's Wednesday, I was actually asked when I was away from my Pathfinder that where's a bar? Like, a note, they were actually speaking Finnish. It was a Finnish couple, and I could see that the man has already drank a bit, but he's not like drunk yet. And cycle 5 of them. Fucking memes and references, they never end. But yeah, the fact that someone asks where's bar when I'm like in a street with the most bars in the entire city, and I'm like, you need to be more specific. I don't drink, so I don't know that much, but I can help with the experience I have there. Like, karaoke bar. Like, there is a karaoke bar right at the end of the street, the way I was going. Like, I'm going that way, so you could follow. Like, we've already been there. Like, well, that's the only karaoke bar I know. There are bar there, and I like pointed in every fucking way, because there is a bar in almost every direction I can point there. Like, the only 2 directions I couldn't point, where it wouldn't go to a bar in a very near vicinity, would have been just directly across the bridge, because it would just be in the river, I mean, sorry. And, well, the river is a river, it goes pretty straight, so there isn't gonna be anything. Although, you can be on a spot off the bridge where you're pointing exactly across. You would actually point at 2 bars, because both sides of the bridge, on both sides, have a bar. But if you're like actually in the middle, you're pointing straight, like T-posing, you are just gonna point out the water. But if you're on the edge enough, you are gonna point at 2 bars. There's just so many of them. But I just don't know enough that what fucking place have karaoke. Because I only know that one having karaoke, because I've been horribly subjugated to it. Like, I've been forced to listen to it when I go past. It's always horrible. Like, it's a cliche, but I bet it's the same in other places as well. You expect that bar karaoke is gonna be horrible. It's gonna be something so bad that you need to be drunk in order to listen to it and attend. And that's why it's usually so bad. Sideways lightning. I love this song, but we usually get it in such short occasions because it's a very actiony. You're supposed to go through this very quickly, but instead I will just stop the jam because it's such a good song. But yeah. We have a very familiar sight here. But yeah, that was like one of the occasions that someone, like, they weren't rude, but they were tad rude, and tad is simplified with it, and that must be because they were partially drunk, not fully, partially. But I will still always try to help people that I can, especially when they are actually drunk, because things might happen if you give them wrong advice or overall bad advice. Like, not just to that person, but the environment, and maybe even you if you are being rude or they are just in a bad mood. I don't usually have to worry because I'm a big guy. People tend to either scare or get to like, oh, you don't intimidate me, and then they go, oh, okay, you intimidate me. Try to deal with me. And I don't remember the last time I actually been intimidating or trying. It's just, let's just say, me shifting my weight around makes it seem like I'm suddenly aggressive. But yeah, I don't know why, but this animation of Bikini is like a bit unique. It feels like actual urgent and panicky compared to any other animation any other character has had. I don't know why. They must have done some touch up to this, because I don't remember she being this animated in the 3DS. I would like to remind that this is the second time that there has been a murder, or well, a death at least, and Phoenix is suddenly called to go answer the phone. Like, well, and not answer, to make the phone call, to call the police. This is the second time this has happened to Phoenix, and the same exact thing happened in the last case as well. Could it be that something is happening there? I don't know, was this intentional, or is the game actually like trying to just give you clues or psych you out? I can talk more about this like after the case if I remember. Remind me if I haven't. I can do it in other streams as well. Or on Discord. Doesn't have to be in Ace Attorney, because like we need to have really gotta know exactly what happened before I can talk about the entire thing. The bridge. The bridge is burning down, burning down. Also, look here. These flames. It like, I guess that this flame is meant to be like on the middle of the bridge and going up, but it kind of looks like it's on this middle wire and thus kind of hanging in air. And these flames are way too pillory. Meanwhile, this looks like more natural flame than this as well. But surprisingly that they got onto this state and they haven't gone through yet, because these would burn up so quickly. The steps most likely wouldn't burn out quickly at all. But without the ropes, yeah, they're gonna fall down. But why did you look so happy? You know, if something smells, it's usually butts. And there goes a phoenix. Well, I said that phoenix should jump down to get rid of the fear. Well, he's down. And yeah. What a point to have a save. Phoenix fell off the bridge into the depths in like a long fall in the dark in freezing weather. Huh. That doesn't sound good now, does it? And I would have wanted to continue for the next part, but let's try to remember how long is the next part. I think it has to be long enough that I should leave it for next time, because I've already been on for almost 3 hours. Or should I keep a break and continue on? Because I do want to continue on. It's just the fact that I do have a lot to do. You know what? We are gonna have a longer stream. Let's continue. This is too much of a cliffhanger to leave undone. So we're gonna go at least partially into the next part. Maybe not complete it, but at least go into it. But I need to take a break. It's been almost 3 hours. I have been out of a drink for over 2 hours. I'll be right back.
There is no time to be lost. Battle, brothers! Space Marines, today the enemy is at our door. We know our duty and we will do it. We fight for our honor as Blood Ravens, as Space Marines, and we fight in the name of the Emperor. And if we die this day, we die in glory. We die heroes' deaths, but we shall not die. No, it is the enemy who will taste death and defeat. As you know, most of our battle brothers are stationed in space, prepared to deep strike. Our perimeter has been prepared in the event that our enemies should be so bold and so foolish. We have placed numerous beacons, allowing for multiple, simultaneous, and devastating defensive deep strikes. The Codex Astartes names this maneuver Steel Rain. We will descend upon the foe. We will overwhelm them. We will leave none alive. Meanwhile, our ground forces will ensure the full defense of our headquarters. We are the Space Marines. We are the Emperor's Fury.
Okay, I'm back. Whew, like I'm not like I just can't leave you guys on a huge cliffhanger like that. Really, it's it's like the biggest end of like part cliffhangers in the entire series. Like literally that there weren't actual hanging from the cliff. It was just a drop. But yeah, let's actually continue. Like I'm mean, but I just couldn't leave you guys without seeing how this goes on. Even though the music is still this intense, yes, we are actually playing right now as Itchy Boy. Foreshadow for what has happened between. Yeah, the spin-off. I played the first one. It was fun, but the last case in that, good god. It's like literally, no jokingly, triple the length of the last episode in the first game. And that was already super long. So you can imagine, it's so ridiculously long. And like, at least in the last 3 of the 5th of the case, you have everything figured out already. Like your character has. You just need to make it through. Like you need to just showcase that. Oh, yeah. Just accept. Everything is here. Everything is showing that this is what happened. Why don't you just accept and end this? I still enjoyed it, but it got ridiculous. Well, there is one huge, huge issue here. You should know that the edgy boy is a prosecutor. Prosecutors aren't supposed they are supposed to prosecute. They're supposed to get someone declared guilty. You just can't expect that a prosecutor would just flip flop all of a sudden and be able to defend someone. With like it changes. It changes, and sorry for the noises in the background. I'm trying to solve a weird situation that I just saw happening. Because the tree I mentioned, which I painted, one of the bells just dropped. And it was at the moment when nothing was shaking the table. So I'm a bit confused how it happened physically. Like where it suddenly got the kinetic energy to fall when there hasn't been any given to the table. And seemingly the bell just vanished. So I can't find it anymore. I have to do this after stream. I just don't understand where can it vanish. It's very small. So there can be an easy nook and some nook or cranny where it disappeared to, but bleh. Anyway. In many systems, prosecutors and defense, they can't switch places just like that. If you have like credited as a prosecutor, you are a prosecutor. That's it. If you like graduate as a defense attorney, you are a defense attorney. In some systems, you are allowed to switch around. It depends. It completely depends. In some systems, and has like slowly becoming a more and more common of a thing, that you are kind of required to be a defense attorney first to get experience, because there's always a need for defense attorneys. Always. Huge need. But in order to get further in your career, which is always a guarantee, regardless of the system, you need to become a prosecutor. You want to become a prosecutor. So you will shift to prosecution. It just... The game was rigged from the start. Everything is rigged so much in the favor of prosecution. It shouldn't be surprising. But yeah. It depends highly on the legal system which is in use. And yeah. I assume that the legal system in Ace Attorney itself allows you to switch around as much as you want. There are different badges for defense and prosecution, but like how things has functioned in this and other games in the series, it kind of gives the feeling that if you just have gotten past your bar, you have become an official attorney. It doesn't matter which one you graduated as, just the manner that you are a true attorney, you can just switch which tax you're doing. Just flat out. That is the feeling the system in the series is giving out. I don't know, it's meant to be like that, or is it always there meant to be like that, something you cannot do but it just happens? But I don't like that they spoiled it at this moment that he's actually quote unquote unharmed, but they should have milked it more. Too quick of a reveal, and an offhand one as well. Anyway. And now we are playing as Edgy Boy. We are actually allowed to just show her Phoenix's badge. It feels so wrong and so right. Get it? Right? At the same time. Also, this song. It's so close to Moonlight Sonata, yet so far. I love the bells though. Like, it's just so eerily close and yet so far, and it reminds me of another song as well, but I can't place it. Damn it. Ugh. Repent! I'm almost certain that we won't be able to like solve those Cyclops right now. Because haven't there really been ever a case where we see Cyclops and we can immediately start solving it? At least at a quick glance into my memory, I can't remember there being one. So I doubt it's this one, and I usually have attempted. But let's just continue, because it will be backtracking on things if we try. And we just started the investigation. We have technically no idea, so... You have any ideas? that's all we're gonna get out of her. And whoa. What? We can't get the window, we can't get the camera like usually, but this time it's, well, the only time we're actually gonna get Itchy Boy's attention about this. And attention. I'm having so much difficulty talking today. I must have legit gotten a bad heat stroke or something. So not his attention? Well, his attention as well, but his opinions. Fuck's sake. That feels super creepy to me and very wrong thing to do. Like, if someone is actually clearing you, that usually means that they either have something bad in mind they're gonna do to you, or they have something bad that they think about you. If you respond to it, you're either gonna intimidate them or you're gonna validate them. Maybe both. So, I would not do glares. And if they're talking about it's usually a stare or a look in other way, like if they mean it the complete opposite way. If you return that and don't mean it, that's gonna lead to even worse things, so no. Well, this is the first time Edgy Boy will hear anything about Godot. And there are good reasons, very good reasons, but I just get into it by doing the usual and showing our badge. um, like, no, like if there is, like if that bridge is the only connecting factor, of course we ain't gonna get past there without the bridge, because a helicopter isn't gonna be a valid thing right now. Well, we're gonna get some factors where it would be like, it should be a factor. But maybe, like, they could easily explain that, oh, because of the trees, there is not enough space to land, so you can't get there. Or the winds are constant up because of the mountains, so you can't get there. But let's just continue. They said about the wind there, but well, the fact that now it's been outed, that Maya is still stuck there. There are other area methods, and there are methods that would actually help if the wind is the issue, but those won't usually be used or risked unless it's really needed. But we are talking about someone completely lacking in, like, expectedly lacking in food and water and warmth in a very cold environment, in a, well, after a fire as well, because the fire must have had effect all the way in there as well. It was a huge fire. And yeah, so they would do certain maneuvers, like building an emergency bridge. That's one of the things as well. Especially how this is a Japanese game. Japanese people, like, have known how to do emergency bridges super fast and well. Like, look how quickly after earthquakes, like, big highways are repaired. Under a day. Over here, like, actually factually, covering up a puddle like it takes at least fucking 2 months, and that's at the best position. 2 months. Outrageous. Let's actually check it. Here we go. February 7th. Snow with occasional lightning strikes. Like, snow, it's 7 to approximate. That's way too accurate because it's 10 minutes to 11. If it would be snow approximate 7 to 11, that's more feasible, especially since, like, if it's worded as how it's supposed to be, not how it was. If it's actual factual data, they would still round it to an hour in this case, because it's way easier to categorize that. Like, the only occasions where they go, like, would go specific minute wise would be right here, because lightning strikes can sometimes be important. But yeah, in 30 minutes the entire bridge burned out. 30 minutes. Well, we have done the presenting, done the talking, let's do some investigating. Distant mountain. Yeah, those creeps are far. The way how yards keep constantly changing, I don't understand. And 20 yards? Wasn't it 30? Oh no, 30 or 40? Hold on. No, it was 20 because it was 4 times 5, yes. It was 20. But still. And those mountains have to be further than if the bridge was 20. Like, ish, numbers, they keep changing constantly. Grrr. Losers that can't bear the freezing drifts. What do you mean losers that can't Usually people who just make sure that their place doesn't get windy are the ones that aren't losers because they actually know how to do that or pay enough to get that done. It's something that a house needs to do. You cannot have wind blowing through a house no matter what. It's not a house if it does. With rain soaking through, that's a fault. A wind blowing through, now that's a structural flaw that will render the entire building mute. Because surprisingly enough, you can more easily die to wind passing through, like the thing you're sleeping in. Like you die into hypothermia that way, then water. Because water does more damage. But even if you're in deep slumber, you usually wake up, it's rippling on you. Meanwhile, wind, your reaction usually to wind is just try to curl up. And you might accidentally, in your dreams, move to an actual, like, well, in a state where you're putting all your weight to, let's say, one of your leg and one of your hands, then when you actually wake up, you are numb enough that you can't move, so you're just gonna die to the cold because you can't get anywhere. That is more common than you think. More common. Um, because they are a lost relic of time. They have lost their purpose in such a long time ago, and they've been removed in most places as well. Because they still have an important meaning to them, which would still be important to have nowadays. Because there have been far too many occasions when there have actually been an accident, and the people in that accident either they can't use their phone or don't have it, and anyone around, if there is someone around, just ignores them or don't hand them the phone. I see in many occasions when someone looks like they might be bleeding to death and people are just scurrying away quickly. Yeah. And I even seen in those occasions there being a bouncer at a bar when the other person is just saying help, and they just push that person away and then ugh, you're bloody, get out, I phone the police. You know what happens, they keep bumping into them, so they would call the police. The occasions when I have been seen that happening, it usually have been enough for me to medic, and someone has started calling because someone not looking to be in such a bad condition is screaming for medical help. And yeah, I don't want to be entranced in those situations, so I don't want to be the one making the phone call, but I want to make sure that it happens. Or at least that they get some sort of help. Yep. And not just due to nature, there's also the fact that even though it happens so often, especially if someone's just bleeding, no matter how severely, or just looks down at that they are dead or unconscious, people ignore them so often, even though it's super illegal. You can easily get even arrested if someone finds out, in a camera footage, that you just went past and you actually noticed that there was a person bleeding on the ground. You can easily be arrested, even for a couple of years, if that person dies. Because it is your civilian responsibility that you alarm someone. Try to get them help. You are actually also required, because if there is no one else to do it, you have to do it. And usually the idea is that you need to do it yourself, even if someone else can do it, just so it can be done faster. But that can be overlooked in certain occasions. But, for instance, you make the phone call, the rescue operator can say, hey, you need to do CPR. And nowadays, there is no more that you need to breathe into the person, because that has been proven to be bad and actually cause more problems than it's good. But when it was still in use, if you didn't comply, you still get the same treatment. Now that there's just more proof that you didn't help. They will instruct you enough that you can do CPR. At least to the best of your ability. And it's easy to notice, have you tried or have you not? But let's go to the main gate. Okay. Now we're gonna do something which I wanted to do earlier, because I think now we can. Because we already done it with a couple of characters. Let's do it with a third. Yes! It happens here, I remembered right. Now Edgy Boy is just showing that he's being edgy. Because just stating that, oi, you are actually now finally doing your childhood dream. You cannot be mad about someone stating that. That should be a thing like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm actually doing a thing I wanted to do all so long time ago. It should be a positive thing. You can't hate your best friend for that. No, it's weird, but they still like do mean that Phoenix and Edgy Boy are still meant to be best friends, even after everything. Well, especially after everything in the first game. During earlier parts of the first game, no, but after the fourth case, definitely. They are meant to be the best friends, and Butts is still meant to be like the second best friend to them, those two. It's still implied that's how things go. But you would think that Maya would be more important as a friend to Phoenix, like throughout, and that Gumshoe would be more important to Edgy Boy. But I don't know. Like the fan theories of the relationship, those have been proven to be false. Like they are just baiting, fan baiting, not even intentional in most cases, from what I have read and what has been showcased. But yeah, childhood friendship, anime moment, it always triumphs over everything. Just always. Show me a case where it doesn't. But no. If those friendship bonds back from then weren't an established thing, this would just showcase how crude and well, horrible person Butts is. But because those are a thing, it just showcased that, yeah, he just walks up and can't communicate. Because Butts be Butts. But yeah. Like, the fact that wishing someone to die, it has become so much more intense thing than it used to be. I will accept that. Because it used to be a jokey kind of thing as well. But people have started to understand that Yeah, that actually has much more deep connotation than you think. You can't expect that everyone will take that seriously, but there are many occasions when you can be certain from very early on that, oh, they will take this certain. Ooh, there might actually be something, and then something irreversible happens. So if you don't like someone, don't say exactly that in any occasion, otherwise you will be held liable. This has been free legal advice from a non-bar exam completed person. But you kinda integrate yourself here, Cyclops. And remember back earlier this stream when I said what's gonna be going on with the apprentice? They made a mistake that they will cover up. That was the expectation. Well, we definitely have an expectation here. Let's examine things. Gumshoe, please. Truer just sounds so wrong. Plus it actually is a term for something else, but we're gonna leave it at that. And Beller is also a term, which we are gonna leave it at that. And let's just say that Bell End is a term which is much more used, and it's way lesser than what usually both of your recommendations or wanderings means, so let's just leave it at that. Okay, I guess we are all done, so let's move to the main hall. million cries of fear was heard in the distance, and their screams might never end. Oh. She didn't have a response? Okay. And immediately, I know that many of you know that this is just impossible, and for multiple reasons. Those that don't understand will understand later on, but not everything is ever as it seems, especially with these games, so let's go on. There is a very good reason for this, which, as far as I remember, isn't fully explained in the game, but it is in the manga. Because you are allowed to make certain expectations, and let's just say it might have increase the age rating in some systems if it would have been told. But just remember her name and you can start making a connection. Yep. I just leave it at that. But still, this explanation from the get-go should feel very like you're abandoning your duty for a bath. Like, why? How? No, please, God. That amount of repetition is impossible. Like, even if you had something out external keeping track, even if you would be allowed to take good amount of breaks, yeah, that kind of repetition is inhuman. It doesn't matter what. Even if it would be just blinking, it's still so many times, it will be ridiculous. But this is a video game. Well, I have a feeling that I'm missing something. I don't remember exactly what. Like, this photo, at this very moment, oh, now I remember what it's gonna be used, but at least one use. Nope, I was kinda expecting that she didn't have anything about this, because it's kind of details that kinda go off. But it's almost certain that I'm missing something. I'm just wondering what I'm missing. What am I missing? Shit. Let me think. It must be evidence. Oh. Don't tell me it's... Was it profiles again? Huh. Was it profile? I think I needed to. And wait a minute, don't tell me that... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Now it's clear. I'm blind. And I forgot to do the examining, but now my eye struck to it. So yeah, we're gonna examine things. So I almost just missed it. I forgot. But to be honest, that was one of the occasions where instead of Gumshoe looking foolish and ridiculous, and Edgeworth just showing common sense, that's the proper occasion where Edgy Boy just looks to be very elitistic. If this would be the untranslated way how it went to, then it would showcase how foolish Gumshoe is. But since this is supposed to take the place in America, yeah, that's random elitistic thing to know, and especially to berate someone about. But yeah. So yeah, there is a line for this, so the other memory I had is correct. It just required me to think a bit. I think that's everything. Yep, I think it is because it advances. There is a place I want to get to, but I don't remember exactly how did we get there. Like, what did we need to do in order to get the knowledge to get there? Because I'm clearly missing something. I was just thinking, do I have all the knowledge I need to actually break the Cyclock? Maybe. Oh, hold up. I haven't gone to a place. Of course I should have access to the place. Main hall. Fuck's sake. Here it is. Oh, I was like, yeah, I'm missing something obvious. Of course, I get access here now. I was just mixing this up with another location that will be seen way later on, but this is the scene of the crime, so of course we have to go there. I remember that maybe we went through it to the main gate, but of course it's inside, so stupid me. Edgy Boy is just being super snarky. Because Edgy Boy accidentally, well, not accidentally, quite understandably got the worst end of this so many times before. But he should let that gripe go, because we at least haven't been shown a situation where Gumshoe has leaked any information to someone who didn't actually want it to be used for, well, bringing out the truth. Like, he hasn't been leaking confidential information to the actual people at Blame, for example. Well, to be honest, the things that Gumshoe could leak to them, they already know, but at least we haven't even been given an indentation that he would leak to anyone except Wright. So, yeah. Oh, and here we go. Because I can't really see how it's constructed, I can't definitely say, is this a ladder or a step ladder? Because I don't know, will it become an A or will this be extended up? I expect that it will be extended up, so it is a ladder instead of a step ladder, but let's see, was this the final one or was there another one? Because I have a feeling that there was another one in this one as well. Although, if we don't trigger the achievement after this, it could also mean that I missed something earlier, but I'm almost certain that there was another one. Because that went by quickly, and achievement have always taken a bit to pop up. It didn't pop up yet. I'm almost certain that there was another one. But, let me think. Damn. Was there another one, or is there another discussion? I think it might be the fact that it's just that one, but due to a thing, we get another completely different line from it? Possibly? I'm just trying to remember. But I'm not completely certain which is the issue. And also I'm trying to remember, but I think that one of the lines for do we even get it in this part? It might be in the second. It has to be in this. Let's just go on and see how it goes. The funny thing is though, there is only so few places where actually paying your electricity bill is more expensive than buying candles for like actually good enough lighting. Candles are still, for their actual use, way expensive. Of course, we have gone from medieval times when even the necessity of candles to get the necessity use were just, well, mainly for lords. Tally candles made things cheaper, but it was still expensive, so you only got just the very urgent use out of them. You could have used a way cheaper method than candles for lighting in the dark. I have no idea what it's called in English, and I don't know, have they been a thing outside of Finland? But they must have, because it's just a so simple invention. But you used wood shavings. They were a quick light source, because they don't last long. But they were quick and important emergency light source for the dark. And if you made them in a specific manner, they can light up for a surprisingly long time, considering that they are in essence just garbage. In essence. But let's not go more to that, because we just got an important thing, the victim staff. Edgy boy is not wrong there. Being a defense attorney is super hard. Like, even if the system wouldn't be stacked against you, your job is the difference of a life or death of someone. In many times, even when you are in a country where there is no death penalty, usually the subject, like the one you are defending, getting declared guilty will cause their life to really end. Like, it's hard to find a country where if you've been jailed for any reason whatsoever, that you wouldn't lose so many important things. Like, yeah, there are many countries where you don't lose your voting rights, for instance, which I think is sick, that if you've been incarcerated for whatever reason, you lose your chance to vote. It just rigs the system that Technically we don't have slaves, but it really makes slaves people into slaves, especially with prison labor. But that's a very sick topic, which I don't want to go into, especially how much big impact it has on things. But what is the important thing, what I want to get into, is the social stigma. And you got eternal marks you can't get ever rid of. There are so many instances that won't, it's close to 90% of jobs just automatically refuse to ever hire you. Even though, let's say that the job you would attend to is all about saving lives. And the thing that you get arrested for, let's say that you are a fireman, you are declared that you have been super good at your job, but the reason you get incarcerated is that you made mistakes with your taxes enough that you get jailed for your debt. That shouldn't affect you getting another job as a fireman. It would just require that, they make sure that you pay your taxes. But if you have marks that you were a very good fireman, why the fact that you were jailed for monetary things would suddenly just make that, you can't be relied upon as a fireman anymore? But it is certain that if you are incarcerated for whatever reason, you ain't gonna be a fireman anymore. You won't be hired, no matter what. And that's just awful. It is for many people worse than death. So, and here's the thing that makes it look like you really couldn't function as a defense attorney if you have graduated as a prosecutor in this universe. when Edgy Boy needs to replace the judge in order to make this work. But then again, how does he have so much power on this? Especially as he has been gone away for a year. And everything other still points that you can just really do it. So it's confusing. Okay. Because I remember there being a thing that I get to do in this place, but it might actually happen later on. Just trying to remember. Because there are some clues that actually allow you to have a better understanding, like a better help to memorize when certain things happen. But I can't remember enough details, because that will really speed things along, so I don't try to make a thing happen right now. Look how to make it happen if it didn't happen right now and it happened later. But yeah. Just I can't remember. There's so many things I can't remember. Well, I have a feeling that I have enough to actually get rid of the first Cyclops. Hopefully. So let's go. No, not that. Move. No, what am I doing? I'm looking at the fucking TV screen, and so I went with a huge delay. There we go. Here. Move. Detention center. Boom. Advances. Okay. I've been on for over 4 hours. I do want to finish this part though, since I went forward with it. But I need another break. And again, I need more drink. Let me check it's gotten colder outside yet warmer inside. I don't like this. This is a thing that happens during the summer. I'm not ready for the summer. I'm not ready to make enough room for that fan. I'm not ready to have streams where I need to have the fan in the background. I'm not ready to constantly have bugs entering and birds occasionally trying to enter because I need to have the balcony open. No. Well, I'll be back soon anyway. So be right back.
The planet Cronus. Beset on all sides by the tides of war, this once quiet colony became a savage battlefield. 7 armies clashed on this one world, each refusing to back down. Each convinced it was in the right. From beneath the sands of Cronus' central desert came the Necrons. Ancient machines bent on eradicating all life. But another evil already had its eyes on the planet. From the depths of the warp, the demonic forces of chaos arrived to enforce their claim. To oppose these fearsome powers, the planet's rulers in the Tau Empire sent their elite soldiers and sophisticated battlesuits into the fray. From the mighty Imperium of Man came the Imperial Guard, there to secure Cronus for the glory of the God Emperor. Like a green tide, the Orc horde descended on Cronus, caring little for others' claims and sowing destruction in its wake. The Eldar, ancient enemies of the Necrons, emerged from their webway to pursue their own agenda on Cronus. And last came the Space Marines, finest and most uncompromising of the Imperium soldiers. Seeing a world beset by aliens and heretics, they undertook a great purge. A dark crusade had begun. It could only end with the total victory of one of these factions, and the total defeat of all others.
Okay, that was most likely a quite long of a time for you guys to, you know, listen to this song, because I needed that break. I needed to do so many quick things just in there, like for instance making sure that I have a certain plan, a clear plan. What can I eat tomorrow for breakfast, and what I need to reserve and things like that. But yeah, because I need to do some preparations, because tomorrow itself will be very, very hasty. Fridays always are. And now that I'm leaving multiple hours earlier than normal, I'm feeling for the worst. I could not even have started packing yet, so haven't even fully unpacked. Oh, time. But yeah, so we have one more topic. Yeah, so hopefully I have enough, so we don't have to redo things like usual. So, there is two obvious options. Which could be the thing here? Let's think about it. So, could she have been frightened? And I'm just gonna flat out tell the obvious options. Could she have been frightened about the weather or the note? Which one you guys would think would be enough to, well, actually cause her to lie? She's afraid of lightning, or that there was a blackmail letter? Well, it's obvious. Well, she already admitted to it. The game offers. And that was one of the quickest Cyclops ever. Since it was legit 2 things to show for 2 locks. Yeah, there was the basis beforehand that 1 thing for 1 lock, but there have been so many cases where most of the locks have needed 2 things. So, eh. I didn't remember that this is how we get the information. Oh well. Well, that is true. So, let's go back. I mean, this is an update. But, yep, we can go to the Heavenly Hall. Funny that we have known the name and known a sign that points to it, but we haven't been able to go to it. But here we are. This always felt like it should have been reversed. Like mirrored. But it wouldn't make sense mirrored, but it just always, like in my mind I see it reversed because it would look so much more natural. And yep, who else? Who else? It would be nice to actually see Gumshoe trying to take that early spot. But now, since we are here, we can immediately test out. If that one achievement, because I'm almost certain now that it is a thing, was the only 2 things. And from how far we are at this part, I think there might only have been 2 things, which makes, if this achievement is really a thing, it's really disappointing. It's study the flags. And art class, yeah. Flags were a very, very common thing in art. But as far as I remember, it got skipped for us in most cases. Like every time it was supposed to happen, our class it got skipped. And instead we did that in geography, and we were forced, like everyone was just, well, we couldn't choose which flag we want to do. We were just given, you do this country, you do this country. And you can imagine that many people got something that was way harder. Like look at the flag selection here, for example. I'm gonna go with the eyes of a lower grade student for the flags we see right now. Let's just take this side, because well, we get repetition on that side anyway. Mostly repetition. From worst to least worst. Worst one ever to be forced to do. Second worst to do, because there's just so many lines. Third, I counted that scene because Leaf is, well, after the intense amount of lines, actually forced to do freehand. Funny enough, goes for the third. Fourth, because symbolism, extra markings. And to be honest, in a flag design, the extra markings actually make it bad as a flag design. It looks neat, but flags should not have small markings. Plus, in most battlefield situations where flags are very important, even though there is the very identifiable, blue here, it can easily be confused with, yeah, I bet that has happened at some point. And yeah, then the next hardest. Why? I would say Greece is so much easier than UK. Greece only has 2 colors. Not, well, let's just say too many. Because a good fact is like actual going with the base rules, you are only meant to use 2 colors in Heraldry. 1 metallic, 1 non-metallic. Japanese flag actually goes with that. Sends white, silver, red, non-metallic. Also, oh yeah, and the color limits are also a thing. It goes with it. The same reversed goes with our flag right next to it. Greece, identifiable enough, even though it has multiple lines, which makes it annoying for us a lower grader to actually do, because you need to count how many lines and you're gonna make errors and make too many or too little lines. That always happens with lower grade students. But yeah, 2 colors. Excellent. 3 colors. 3 colors is still acceptable if they are surrounded, but here's the issue. The non-metallics are touching. If there is more than 1 non-metallic, it shouldn't be touching the metallic. So, not going according to heraldry. 3 colors. Non-heraldic. Yellow is gold. It's metallic. Metallic, metallic, non-metallic. Also, unfortunately, I love the shade of green, but the only accepted green is sadly way darker. Okay, then let's go to the Union check. At least it gets the fact correct that we have non-metallic, metallic, non-metallic, metallic, non-metallic. So they aren't touching. At any point. At least I cannot know this, and I think that they have done that correct. But the fact that it's combination of multiple flags makes it a very complex one. It is identifiable, yes. And it goes according to heraldry, as it should. So I give applause, especially for country's age. And it has remained mostly the same for so long. Affordable, very affordable. But we are looking in the eyes, like in reality we're supposed to look in the eyes of a lower creator. Actually drawing it all is a pain, especially how you see like up down, and like there are so many details which make it hard. And that's actually a detail which make it bad for heraldry, that we have this up down thing going here. It should be straight. Heraldry requires things to be super simple. When you have like your flag or your crest, it can have things around it, but the crest itself needs to be super simple. Since we started this train, let's go the other way around as well. Well, we have the issue of like the two different type of fields have heraldry correct in the way that simplified shapes, metallic is followed by non-metallic, but the fields interact with each other, so that breaks heraldry. And there being so many shapes, it takes it to bad heraldry. Okay, then again we have a good heraldic, because non-metallic, metallic, non-metallic. That's good. Plus the colors are accepted. Then we go to bad again. Because metallic, non-metallic, non-metallic. Colors are proper, but non-metallics are touching. Non-metallic, metallic, non-metallic, metallic, non-metallic. It's alright. It goes through. And you already know the deal. There. Because this is accepted green. This is not. I wish it would be the other way around, because I really love this shade of green. You might have noticed it by looking around anything I do. But yeah. Since this line is still going, we'll soon see. That was the achievement! I hate childhood friends! Oh no, so that achievement was really just the two things. Oh, I bet I would have known if I know the name of it, but I only know the amount because I don't want to be spoiled. So there is only 3 achievements left now. So there has to be one for completing the case. There has to be one for completing either the 3rd game or all the missions. I really hope they did it the most sensible ways, and it's complete the 3rd game instead of complete all, because you are supposed to be able to just complete which one ever. And then one has to be the ladder versus step ladder, which we haven't finished yet. Hopefully I haven't missed any, because that's gonna be a bitching to find out which one I'm missing. Especially that I have done absolutely everything else, because I should get the other 2 when completing, of course, so yeah. I didn't expect that selecting this vase would get into the artwork, but I bet they must have clamped up the artwork with the quote-unquote graffiti compared to 3DS and here, because this looks way too good on both of them. He's not meant to be a good artist. They are supposed to showcase that he's very amateur. It should already be apparent. But good god, this is... in universe, this is photo quality. Like, what the hell? So, are those meant to be branches? Like, are they broken down branches? Or just random branches that has fallen into it? Huh. Okay, I think that's everything I can study. So let's talk through everything. Well, I need to think. Do I really have everything I need to go through with him? Try to remember the things he he will ask. I would assume that I should have everything. Right. Yeah, I must have. So let's see. If I'm missing something, I don't know. See you next time. No, we are gonna go through with this. Yeah, like, this is way too obvious, at least it was always to me, like, way too obvious. But then again, but these things usually are, so... The map is the only thing that will showcase that it was impossible. And again, this is way too obvious. Because the game isn't cruel. Just going with this common logic. We know that in order for him to be able to see the bridge, he would have need to be on the axis of like this to really have seen it. Or maybe even here. Because actually, like, this goes in the way of most, so... But you can see that it's on fire from here as well. But just think of logically. He would never have been sleeping in anywhere here, so it only leaves. I was like, did I misclick? Wasn't I close enough? But yeah. Well, again, it's fairly obvious, but this time there is some chances to, like, there been some other, because, well, Larry don't want to be dealing with Phoenix because Phoenix is connecting to his old life, but they are still best friends. Oh yeah. Because this is showcasing the opinions of Edgy Boy instead of Phoenix, so remember how we became friends though. Maybe we should actually go through this. Yeah. That's surprisingly just objective based. But most of these are objective based. It's purely objective based, except bots. Yeah, everything else is purely objective based except bots. That's funny, I never noticed that before. But yeah, who could he have expected? He could have expected, right? Maybe they had planned, but then again, shouldn't we have been shown that there was an invitation that he's gonna visit? We didn't know where to visit, so he's off. Well, she was like his teacher, so there could have easily been something. We know that he really wanted Iris to visit. And there is a good expectation that maybe Bikini would have visited by like dropping off something, but come on, but always goes with the hot. Well, I kinda would have wished that they, well, they would just allow you to, instead of with evidence. It would just straight away go, hey, enough of this child play, look behind you. Why would you paint her into the wall with yourself? But unfortunately, that's something we cannot do. So we have to show the sad truth. And here we go. But it's just so inept. He accidentally wrote a blackmail letter thinking that it's a love letter. It actually happens more often than you think. But usually due to words lacking instead of there being too many. Usually. So yeah. Boom! Yeah, you thought that we gotten past it. No, we activated Bots' trap card. 5 Cyclops. We are screwed now. We ain't getting anywhere. And that's it. Yeah, we were so close, but that's where it ended. So let's save over this. And whoop. I'm not gonna go for more forward than this. I expect that hopefully the next 2 stream, well, maybe the next one is gonna be akin to this. No way I'm gonna have a 5-hour stream next time. No way. It should be shorter. Even if I would do 2. Like a similar amount of progression as today. Because like this amount of progression used to be the norm, but I've been starting to blab on for longer and more and more. Because I get way more into the blabbing part than just the playing part. Like, do I need to do a podcast of explaining Ace Attorney things, going into random rants? Maybe actually doing a podcast wasn't that bad of an idea. Yeah, maybe I need to reheat that idea with the others. Oh well. I'd like to thank everyone so much for joining today. Hopefully you're gonna join me again, which the next time is gonna be on Monday. Since it's pre-release weekend, definitely nothing happening during the weekend, because all time goes to pre-release. If I get there, because I dread the feeling, how the heck am I gonna get everything ready for the train tomorrow? I make so much work for myself. Anyway, so next time you're gonna see me Monday. We are gonna continue with the Dawn of War, Dark Crusade. Most likely we are gonna take care of Chaos and maybe even Orcs. And most likely that's gonna be what we can do if we get that done. Because with the Imperial Guard there was so many close calls. With the Necrons it was just pretty much a slow by go. And it was easy to go. I don't remember exactly how tight of a situation we get with Orcs and Chaos. I think Chaos was quite intense. But with Orcs I have really no memory at all. Same with Tau and Eldar. Maybe when I see at the beginning I will retain some memories, but I'll recollect some memories, but we'll see. And then after that, on Tuesday, we are going to continue with the Necromancer campaign in Heroes 5's last expansion, Tribes of the East. Those streams might go on for a while, because those missions take way more time than I remembered, but I like it. It makes the missions feel like something. And just flat out, having that expansion feels so good, especially after the previous expansion. And it's so much better than the core game as well. Like, I would never have thought that side grades are actually such a good thing. But they bring so much to the game. So yeah. After that, it's next Thursday. And we'll continue where we left off now. So, once more, thanks ever so much for everyone joining. I'll see you next time. Bye bye.